Waiting
This
on
conference will now be recorded.
Tim and Don. Oh, wait, it's recorded. I haven't got to play my theme music yet. We have Josh's theme music today.
Now this is how it feels to be alone at the top of the hill, trying to figure out what to do. Oh Lord, it's hard to be comfortable.
Oh Lord.
I can't wait to get up in the morning.
I get better looking each day. You know he is to love. I must be a hell of a thing. Oh Lord, it's hard to be humble, but I'm doing the best that I can.
You know, the best part about that is, Mayor, we sang that in high school in show choir, and I got up there and sang with two other guys in the front, and they laughed then too.
Yeah. Oh.
All right, so we're still missing Tim and Don. I know Don was in here getting his computer worked on. Do we know anything about Tim?
Nope.
He emailed a few minutes ago, so I know he's in or around his computer.
Somewhere.
Well, maybe they're in executive session, so we'll go ahead and get started. Excuse me. All right. Notice is hereby given that the Lago Vista City Council is holding a regular meeting on Thursday, August 6, 2020 at 6 p.m. as prescribed by VTCA Government Code Section 551.041 to consider the following agenda items. We have everybody here except for Don and Tim. Until I get to executive session, maybe they're in the wrong meeting. We will convene into a closed executive session pursuant to section 551.071 advice of counsel, 551.072 real property, 551.074 personnel, section 551.087 economic development, Texas Government Code, and section 1.05 Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct regarding A, consultation with legal counsel and possible action concerning any regular meeting agenda item requiring confidential attorney-client advice necessitated by the deliberation of discussion of said item as needed. B, consultation with legal counsel regarding additional water service charge category for water users located outside our city limits or in our ETJ. C, consultation with legal counsel regarding sale of a strip of property located adjacent to 1200 Dusk Court. D, consultation with legal counsel regarding a demand letter by Alicia Reed. E, consultation with legal counsel regarding Austin ETJ agreement. And F, consultation with legal counsel regarding Baker's Barbecue contract. And we will convene at 6:03 p.m. And we'll be back.
Does anybody have any good jokes to tell during this this downtime? All right.
Is that baby a registered voter?
Okay, say hi, Paul.
Hi, Bob.
Hello. Hi. Look at you. You're getting so big.
Yeah, 2 years old, getting involved in local politics.
Bye.
That's good. It's good.
Start them young.
Who is that?
And Mommy,
That's not mommy.
John, Daddy.
That's not daddy. That's Paul.
Your neighbor.
It's our neighbor.
He's like, I don't remember that guy.
What's this?
That's
Daddy?
you. Yeah, that's you and me. He was just fascinated by this, looking at all these.
Wait till he sees everybody turn their cameras on.
Yeah, I was gonna put him up here in a little bit. I'm gonna set him back down. He's big boy, big boy.
The worst manners. Hi, Kevin. Bye, Kevin.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
So does this thing start at 6 or 6:30?
They're in executive session right now. I'm assuming 6:30.
Gotcha.
All right, that's enough joke telling.
How's it going, Paul?
Hey, good evening, Joe. Nice to see you.
Good to see you. When are they going to get out of this?
30.
All right, Kirk.
Hi there. Hi there. Can you all hear me? Can you all hear me? Can you all hear me? Wow, man, that was like echo.
Someone muted us. I don't think they want us talking right now. So I'm going to go back on mute.
Carol, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you. Okay.
You're not echoing this time, at least.
Yeah.
Pause, change rooms.
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, how are you? Man, you want to
Okay.
turn off the camera?
I'm sorry. I got here at 2 o'clock today. We could have worked.
Where are you? Are you in Austin or are you in Houston?
I'm at the lake house. Look at the beautiful patio behind me.
Oh yeah.
I
The blinds are working, huh?
I just got to see Paul's pool. Impressive.
Oh really? I was like, yeah, all right. When's the swim party? I see him smiling over there.
So is it done?
He's not saying anything.
Yeah, well, he's muted, I think.
Oh, okay.
He's
I've got
Gerald.
probably another 6 to 8 weeks to go. I'm gonna have some point we'll have a big party.
All right, it's not gonna be December, is it?
I was about to say, it might be too cold by then.
It's gonna be heated.
Oh.
Greg, can we see your vineyard behind you?
I'm sorry?
We'll be ready.
Can we see the vineyard from your windows there?
Absolutely.
Let's see the vineyard. Yeah, our grapes are doing. Lago Vista's one and only vineyard.
There you go.
Hey, is that fig tree producing yet? My kids
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, man.
They are going crazy. Paul, they're a great tree for, they just grow so quick.
Yeah, I've already propagated
Is it
about
producing
6 more
fruit?
of them. Oh yeah. If you guys need some, man, I'll propagate you some trees.
Oh man,
Is it
my kids
producing
just
fruit?
want to come up there and get some figs.
I'm gonna do some figs, some pomegranates. I'm gonna do it all. I'm gonna put it in a little greenhouse. So
Here's my lake. Here's my lake in Houston. If I can
Looks
show it.
good, Greg.
are you in Houston, Gerald?
Yeah, I'm in Houston. So here's my lake. I don't know if you can see it or not.
Lower it just a little bit. Oh,
Oh,
dadgum.
that's great. Fantastic.
Oh, wait a minute. Where are you? Are you in Lakewood?
No, I'm in a place called Glenlock Farms. It's a
Oh, I know
17
where you're
acre,
at, yeah.
We know it well.
17 acre lake.
Oh, we used to live right around the corner from you.
Yeah, this is it used to be the old Arabian horse farm.
Correct.
Yeah, remember it well, man. It was a great place, man.
That's
Beautiful
beautiful.
pastures with a nice little white fence around it.
Yeah, it's all spring fed lake. It's great.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah, I always tell the wife, I said, why do we want to go on vacation? We got a vacation in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
You got it all right there, but you actually have 2 lakes,
Yeah.
and soon to have a waterfall.
Yeah, I will have a waterfall eventually.
Yeah, how's that effort going over here in Lake Travis?
My waterfall?
Yeah.
It's slowly but surely. I'm waiting for the heat to cool down so we can actually start working and die.
Now, are you going to try to outdo Mickey with that waterfall?
Mickey ain't gonna have shit on me.
Hey, Gerald, I see all the construction equipment going on there. That's what you're building is a like a water feature.
It's a road is what I intended to do, but I'm building a waterfall next to it.
We're gonna have to rename Cottonwood Hollow Cove to Waterfall Cove when we get ours in.
Yeah, I'm trying to make. I want it to
Y'all
look
gonna
like.
do one too?
Yeah.
We've been working on ours for 5 years.
Oh, okay. So y'all are pacing yourselves.
Yeah, but ours is just going to drip. Gerald's is going to flow.
I'm looking at for the Coors Mountain effect.
Yeah, I got y'all all beat. I've got 2 of them, but they're both I think they in Texas here we call them dry weather creeks, right?
There you go.
They only run a couple of times a year.
We could use one right now.
Yeah, we sure can.
You know, when Mickey, when he runs those waterfalls, we were over there last month swimming, and he pulls that water from so far down in the lake that when it comes out, it's about 60 degrees. It's freezing. It's cold.
Yeah, it's been going for the last several weekends. It was going last weekend. I don't know if the son was there or if Mickey was there.
No, Mickey was up. He was up there. He didn't leave till yesterday, I don't think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There's Diane. That look at her.
Diane wanted in on the conversation.
No, I didn't. I was happy listening in.
Where's your waterfall, Diane?
My waterfall is trickling.
Trickling.
It's hidden.
How about your vineyard, Diane? When's your vineyard going in?
After mine?
It's still on the drawing board.
I've got dibs.
You have dibs?
Well, Santos was at our past weekend. He said he's ready to come over.
He hasn't called me though, because I'm ready to switch. I had air conditioner, 3 water heaters, 1 car, and then another car, all out at the same time. I got 1 car fixed. I got 1 air conditioner fixed. I got 2 of 3 water heaters fixed. So I've been kind of discombobulated. So no,
Yeah, sounds like.
I did tell Alberto next week though, we're definitely going to work on the trail to where they are. So on that point, Santos says he was ready, but he said he was going to call me when he had availability next time, but he hasn't called. So I'll call him if he says he's going to have time.
Yeah, he said he was waiting for you to call, and then he came to our place and he finished clearing or shredding all our stuff. So.
Oh wow. Sucks. He could have made another round, just come on over to the, if I'd have known, well, maybe not either.
I think he was worn out by the time Greg and I got finished with him. I think he was worn out.
It doesn't
I
take
think his
long.
lungs were full of dust.
No, when it's 100 degrees out there, I'm telling you that yesterday I was working outside most all day, and there were several times that I raised up from what I was doing and I was dizzy, literally dizzy. It was just so hot. I understand.
Yeah, it's just too hot to do anything. I'm ready for fall.
I'm ready for some rain. Please just give us a little bit of rain. That would be gracious, very gracious.
I don't think it's coming anytime soon. It looks dry pretty far out.
We got that little surprise on Friday and it was nice, but it was like 30 minutes of drizzle.
Sure got windy, didn't it?
True that. It sure did.
Which dried things out even more. I can smell the cedar all the way up my place at your place.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Looking forward to seeing how that turned out over there.
Turned out really nice.
Yeah, he's got a hell of a view there.
All right, let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Dick.
And then there was light.
Dick, Arch, Tim, David.
Tina, what you doing?
Let's see, we're missing Don. There's Frank.
Sounds like rain.
Sounds like somebody's counting money.
Mute your microphones.
Greg, we're getting
somebody
back to your mic. Somebody's driving or got some background noise, so everybody should
Do we know if caller 2 is Dawn?
I don't think so, Mayor.
All right, well, he's the only one I see not joined. Hopefully he'll join us here in a little bit. All right, I'm going to go ahead and proceed. All right. So action items, we reconvene from executive session into open session to act as deemed appropriate in city council's discretion at 6:56 p.m. And we're regarding A, consultation with legal counsel concerning any regular meeting agenda item.
No action.
B, consultation with legal counsel regarding additional water services charge category.
No action.
C, consultation with legal counsel regarding sale of a strip of property located adjacent to 1200 Dusk Court.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we give the city manager authority to proceed with the sale of the property at 1200 Dusk Court to Doug and Tina Decker for the sum of $13,174.
I will second.
All right, I have the motion and second from Tim. Any further comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. And we go to D. Consult with legal counsel regarding demand letter.
No action.
E, consultation with legal regarding Austin ETJ.
No action.
And F, consultation with legal counsel regarding Baker's Barbecue contract.
No action.
All right. We will now go into our citizen comments. In accordance with the Open Meetings Act, council is prohibited from acting or discussing, other than factual responses to specific questions, any items not on the agenda. And I have Mr. Ron Smith has signed up to address council.
Thank you, Mayor. It's Ron Smith, 20609 Oak Ridge. This is a process question. Since last December, it appears that many items coming on the agenda are showing up as discussion, consideration, and possible action. And it's the words possible action when translated means the council can vote. So when did the council change from the first meeting being discussion and the second meeting being voting? It seems like many of the items are just coming on, being posted, some slight discussion, and wham, there's a vote. From a citizen perspective, what this means is that we get to see the final agenda on Monday around 5 p.m. And then we get 3 days to review it and understand it. And then we got to file paperwork to speak. And then we got to formulate a 3-minute succinct response in hopes that the council listens and acts on citizen concerns, or you could just vote and approve it. So with the former two-step process, what that allowed was for the city council, staff, and citizens to think about an issue and get back at second meeting when a vote could be made. And that way, if you got any misgivings or you go through discovery, this is the time for everybody to vet the items and avoid any unintended consequences. So I'd like you to go back to the original where you discuss on the first meeting and vote on the second meeting. All you have to do is look at tonight's agenda and you will see that there are 9 items that have possible voting on it. One is a previous item, one's an admin item, and 7 are brand new items that nobody has seen until tonight. So I really would like to go for the council to go back to that 2-step process for items in discussion. That's all.
All right, thank you. We haven't abandoned the 2-step process. It's just been by agenda item, and the tendency's been for those items that there was no citizen comment or no council discussion to not put it off for a second meeting when there was no real reason to put it off. So there have been some that have been taking possible action, but we haven't abandoned the 2-step hearing of these items.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that's the only citizen that I have signed up. Is there anyone else who would like to address council at this moment? Items not on the agenda. All right. Hearing none, we'll go into items of community interest. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0415, the City Council may report on any of the following items: expressions of thanks, gratitude, and condolences, information regarding holiday schedules, recognition of individuals, reminders regarding city council events, reminders regarding community events, and health and safety announcements. I have a couple here. First, I wanted to recognize one of our young, he's either a former citizen or he's a current citizen. He's away at college right now, so I don't know if he's still current or former, but we had a Mr. Jared DeFelice that worked with us as an intern over the summer for, I don't know, 6 or 8 weeks, something like between semesters. I think he's returning to school because there is a hope he might actually get to play football if COVID ever allows him to play. But he worked here as an intern over the summer, and he's applying for law school. And so he wanted to come work City Hall and see how things go. And he's now moving on, going back to school. But I just wanted to pass on my gratitude for Jared coming and spending his summer internship with us here at City Hall. City Council events. I know, as everybody should know, it's budget time. So we will be having several budget meetings. Monday the 10th. We have a workshop on the 12th. We have Monday the 17th. We also have our regular council meeting on the 20th. And I believe we'll have another budget meeting on the 24th. So that's 5 council meetings coming up in the next 3 weeks. That's all I can think of as far as city council right now. Health and safety. I'm reviewing a document that was put out by the county just recently on nuisance, and it's in regard to gatherings, and they're really starting to crack down on gatherings of 10 or more people. And they have put a resolution in place, and currently it only applies to the unincorporated areas. But I'm evaluating it to see how it would apply to the city of Lago Vista regarding, our restaurants, our businesses, and how they're operating under the COVID recommendations and requirements now, to see if we actually have any problems with gatherings of 10 or more people. One of the problems I'm having is getting data. The county, Austin Public Health, only releases information by zip code. So when I look at 78645 and I see 72 cases since the beginning of whenever they started keeping track sometime in March, I have no idea how many of those 72 are in the city of Lago Vista, or they're in Jonestown, Point Venture, or the unincorporated part of the county. I don't know if any of them resulted in hospitalizations or anything like that. As far as I know, we have not had any deaths, but that's not reported. I've not seen anything on social media about it. So, you know, I just don't have enough information really to kind of look at our businesses and our things that are going on to see if we actually have an issue with COVID and gatherings over 10. But just be aware that it's an ongoing process of monitoring these COVID related issues and you know, our health and safety standards as we go through this. And that is all I have. Does anybody else have anything? Yes, David.
Just any update on our census count?
There's all of 52 towns, cities in the state of Texas that are worse than us. Out of 1,214, we're like 1160 something. And we're still at 25.9% or something like that. We are pretty bad. I know the public information officer was supposed to be speaking with the manager of this area. I'm sure at some point in the not too distant future, they will be launching their door-to-door campaign, because it seems like we can't get people to do it via the mail or online. So they're going to have to take the census the old school way. And I don't know why. I mean, I know in today's world with all the electronics and stuff, you would think with social media and websites and the phone app and everything we have at our disposal that we would get the word out and people would log in and complete the census. But for some reason, we're only reaching about 25% of the citizens. So we'll just continue working it and hopefully we'll get to it. Yes, Tim.
You mentioned earlier something about the 78645. Is there any breakout, Meredith might know this, between Leander and Lago Vista? I mean, if we got the same zip, we've always been lumped in with them. Does that have any effect that's due to the zip code?
They are. So the report that I get is only for 78645 within Travis County. So they do have breakouts. If you'll notice in some of your mail, you'll see a dash and a 4-digit number after the 78645, and that breaks it down even further into what area it lies in. And they've got it broken down pretty good as far as county lines and city limits and stuff, but they don't go any lower than that. So I know it's in the county, but that's all I know. I know it's not in Williamson County.
All right. Any way to know what the total for 78645 is?
It was at 72 yesterday. I haven't looked today, but, and that's since March, so.
Is there any way to find out if you're a particular?
No,
Yes, Arch.
I don't know.
Mayor, I had a discussion with someone this morning who said that he was confused when he tried to log on and do the census because he couldn't get past trying to change the name of the city of Leander to Lago Vista. He said no matter what he did, he could not get that to change, so he just gave up on it. So
yeah,
I wonder how many people. I wonder how many people are. Sorry?
He won't be able to change it. He'll just have to leave it like that. But the system knows.
But I understand that, but he may not be the only person who is confused by that. He just logs off and doesn't do it.
Yeah. And I have posted that I posted that on different sites, hoping to, educate people. But again, social media really only accounts for, of our 8,000 people, we really only have, at any given time, maybe a few hundred that are on social media at any one time. So, I don't know how we're going to get that word out beyond the door-to-door system, but
How about putting something in the water bill?
We
so
already
that
have.
people understand? No, I'm talking about this confusion factor.
Yeah, well, I guess that's something to consider, but we have put out stuff about the consensus in the water bill already. Census, not consensus.
Yeah, I understand, but there's still probably going to be some other people, much like this gentleman that approached me this morning, that will just log off because they can't seem to get past the idea that they can't change the city from Leander to Lago Vista. That's going to continue to be a problem until that is addressed.
And I'll get with Meredith, and when she talks to the census manager, see if there's something they can do on their end. You would think that the federal government could get that corrected, but I mean, other sites do. So,
Mayor, if you see the comment that Meredith put on there, and this goes back to Councilor Davila, one of the things she created was that step-by-step guide that's online, and to inform people that if they will fill in the name of the city first and not the zip code first, then that can help them in getting the information in. But the second thing is for someone like that Councilor Davila would talk to, we want to inform them that rest assured the information will be counted. If you complete the document with your address, then it will pull it out and represent that for Lago. I mean, if someone says they can't get the name switched over from Leander to Lago and therefore they're not going to complete it, that's just unfortunate. We're not going to be able to overcome that. We just need to tell them, submit the document, it will be counted. The addresses do not duplicate.
yeah. All right, anybody else? Oh, I did think of one other thing. I believe the 15th of August is another blood drive. Lago Vista Lions and Point Venture Lions are putting on another mobile blood drive on the 15th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, if that's it, we'll go into our public hearings of possible action. This is our first consideration. Number 3, the Lago Vista City Council is holding a public hearing to consider an ordinance of the City Council of Lago Vista, Texas, amending the official zoning map by changing the zoning district of Lot 2 of Lago Vista Estates, Section 2, Block E, located at 20308 Dawn Drive, from R1D Single Family Residential to C1C Professional Business Office, Low Density Retail. And I will open the public hearing at 7:14 p.m. All right, is everybody familiar with this address? This is Cordovan Art School, right across from the elementary school. Okay, initially, they were approved as a home occupation, and so they were working as a business out of their home. However, it was determined to be inappropriate, this variance that they were given, or this home occupation license they were given, because it did not allow the non-residential use to be primary with only intermittent residential use of the property. So the way a home business works is that building actually has to be your residence, and then you can work out of your home. You can't have a business and spend one night there every 30 days and consider that a residence. So the home occupation license was not appropriate for what the art school was doing. So they had to come back and reapply for the zoning change. And so they were looking for mixed use, but currently what we have that was appropriate was the C1C district provisions. This has gone in front of planning and zoning. It passed from planning and zoning on a 4-to-1 basis. Let me see here. I got the staff report here. Property was acquired for the purpose of moving an existing home-based art school to a location for the community. Significant improvements to the existing structure were made. However, because this location was never established primarily as a residence, it did not qualify as home-based. See, the future land use map created for inclusion in this packet. Let's see, trying to find the notes here that are more pertinent. Planning and zoning found this property to be the type suitable for implementation of that recommendation, which was the C1C. They found no relevance of section 3.20 of the zoning ordinance regarding applicants that are not consistent with the comprehensive master plan. Let's see. Staff does note that there is a concern regarding the fact that this application leapfrogs over 4 lots, moving from the Loman Ford and Don Drive intersection, moving, I guess that would be west on Don Drive. We have some C1C properties, and then this one, then it skips 4 properties, and then there would be this one that would be C1C. So there would be a gap in there of 4 lots that would still be residential. Planning and zoning did recommend approval of this zoning change subject to design review conditions. And if you'll look down the alternative decisions, approve the application for inclusion in C1C zoning district subject to compliance with 1, completion of the indicated parking areas using submitted pavers, concrete sidewalk that would bring it in to required ADA compliance, designated handicap spacing, 6-foot wide privacy fence along property lines, and completion of all outstanding interior improvements required to get it within ADA accessibility guidelines. So P&Z did recommend approval of this so long as they meet those conditions. Anybody on council have any questions at this time, or does anybody on staff have anything they would like to add to this? Yes, Dick.
How long have they functioned at that address doing their current business? Have they not been there for quite some time?
I would say at least 2 years.
Can I answer that, Mr. Mayor? Mr. Weatherly, we purchased that location home in October of 2018, and we started operating in January of that. So pretty much all of the calendar year 2019, and then up until spring break, we shut down with the schools for COVID and have not been operating since that point. We were not informed of the fact that we were not in compliance with the license, the home occupation license that we had, until we were already closed for COVID. So it's just been since then that we were made aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
And for those of y'all who aren't aware, the gentleman speaking is the applicant. That was Paul.
Thank you.
Yes, Tim.
I'm not finding it at the moment, but the recommendations that P&Z recommended, are they all or individual or none. They weren't, you didn't have to adapt all 4 of them, did you?
There was 3.
3? Okay.
There was
Would that
3.
be, would the approval be inclusive of all those?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. All right.
And we have,
Okay.
in front of us today, we have 3 options. We can either go with what P&Z recommended, which includes the following stipulations, those 3 stipulations, or we can deny the application, or we can approve the application with any other conditions or stipulations. So that's what we're considering at this point. But yes, all 3 of them is what planning and zoning included in their recommendation for approval.
All right. And so we're comfortable in transitioning this property.
And that was on page 15.
Yes.
Yes, Arch.
Mayor, I'd like to make this comment. Actually, it's a question to begin. Are the conditions that the P&Z proposed, are these going to be consistent with requirements for all C1C zoning? If not,
Well, two
well,
of them have to do with ADA compliance. So I am sure that 2 of the recommendations would be across the board because that's what ADA requires, International Building Code. The only one that wasn't was the 6-foot wide, 6-foot wood, not wide, I'm sorry, 6-foot wood privacy fence along the property lines. And I think that is specific to this property and the location.
okay, so
As
am
a
I going,
screen.
excuse me, am I to understand then that all C1C zoning will require the ADA compliance?
That is correct.
I would have to refer to Roy on that, but as far as I know, every commercial building has to comply with ADA requirements.
Well, that was my question. So in order for us, we can make, like you said, we have 3 choices here. We can either approve with those stipulations, or we can just approve it outright without any conditions whatsoever. I was a little concerned that we would be placing restrictions on them that are punitive, maybe capricious, in adding the requirement of fencing. I don't understand how that really comes into play. So I would be in favor, if we're going to approve it, I would be in favor of not having any of those conditions beyond it, because 2 of them, as you've just noted, are something that is governed by commercial establishments anyway. So my recommendation, if we're going to consider this seriously, would be to approve it without any of those conditions, because 2 of them are already in place, and the other one is rather frivolous, if you ask me.
All right, Frank?
And Roy's gonna, I'm beating Roy to the punch. But Roy probably needs to jump in at some point. Condition zoning, I think, is one of the best methods you can have for issues like this, in which you've got an area that potentially could transition indicated in our comp plan. Or rather than applying straight zoning, and for instance, in the C1, there are some issues that if you apply straight C1 land uses and those standards, that could create a number of different problems for the neighbors and potentially then the community here. What's happened is that the applicant, I think, has put together one of the best applications I've seen, frankly, for a zoning case where you're essentially jumping into commercial use, but has proved up, and I believe, with the conditions and what he's planned to do, which essentially is what P&C has recommended. So P&C recommended conditions that are in the application. And Mr. Prince has indicated he's okay with that. So I would suggest that straight zoning creates a problem and isn't what Mr. Prince needs. And I hope that in the future, we could use condition zoning to deal explicitly with the particular problems that the straight zoning may create and that the applicant intends to do so that it fits well in the neighborhood. And I'll let Roy, let me just make one other statement. There's at least 3 other cities that I'm very familiar with that do this quite commonly.
Yeah, I might add specifically about the fencing. Previous to the recent design review ordinance that was adopted, there was a requirement for any residential property that found itself located adjacent to a commercial property for there to be some sort of buffer. It didn't necessarily require to be a fence. It could have been landscaping, berms, all kinds of other things. Once we added the design review component in there, that was one of the specific criteria that was added. So it's not all C1 property, it's all C1 property that's adjacent to residential, which this is.
All right, thank you, Roy. Anybody else?
I would just have to agree with Frank's comments and with Roy's comments. I think Paul Prince did an excellent job at coming up with solutions to the problem that allows him to operate the way he needs to operate. He excused himself from the voting in this case on P&Z, and that's why there's a 4-1. And so I think he did an excellent job on this.
So Roy, I have a question about the ADA compliance. If that's something that the building codes require, why is that necessary to add in as a stipulation?
Because there's nothing that forces him to apply for a permit where that review would occur.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else? All right. Well, it is a public hearing, so at this point, I do not have anybody that has signed up to speak on agenda item number 3. However, if there's anybody in the audience who would like to address the council, you may do so at this point. Okay. I don't see any hands. I don't see any green lights coming on, so we will move on. And council discussion and possible decision. So this is, yes, Frank.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, well, this is.
Just before you make a motion, did we close the public hearing?
No, and that's just what I was going to say. We have not closed the public hearing. Again, this is the first reading of this. So like was brought forward in the citizen comments earlier, traditionally we try to hear everything twice in case there's something that comes up, now that people have had the opportunity to see or hear this. So unless I hear a request to close the public meeting, I'm going to leave it open. Yes, Frank.
I'm going to request to close the public hearing.
All right. What was that, Tim?
That was me. I said I will second.
Okay. So I've got at least 3 that want to go ahead and close the.
I'll make that 4.
All right, well, I'll go ahead and then I will close the public hearing at 7:30 PM. And it is now open for a motion for action. Yes, Frank.
The neighbors are happy with what Mr. Prince has proposed. P&C's recommended approval. Therefore, I recommend approval of the ordinance. And the ordinance is the one that Sandra mailed out that I think Monday that Erwin and Roy put together. It's not the one in the packets, the one that got mailed out. And
with the conditions.
Yes, sir, with the conditions.
Right. Because the one we got, one that's in the packet didn't have the conditions in it.
Right.
So the motion is to approve the ordinance with the conditions as put forth by planning and zoning.
I'll second it.
I'll second it.
I believe Dave Williams seconded it. So I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. We look forward to having that art school up and running again at some point in the not too distant future.
Good news. Thank you.
As possible.
Thank you, folks. As soon as the virus allows us to do it.
We are ready. Thank you.
All right, so we will go into our action items. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding an ordinance of the City Council of Lago Vista, Texas, amending Chapter 3, Chapter 10, Chapter 10.5 of the Lago Vista Code of Ordinances to supplement existing drainage and erosion control requirements applicable to all property regulated by the city. Roy, I'm going to go ahead and turn this one over to you to let you explain this one.
Yes, sir. This is kind of part 2 of something that has already been in front of you, which was the landscaping ordinance, which some of the erosion control measures were in the landscaping ordinance. There are other ones in other chapters, but the ones that were primarily problematic about, I think the constant complaint, although there were many, the constant complaint is the presumed ambiguities in our ordinance. It made it difficult for us to require what was expected, which is a lawn that was fully vegetated and included all sorts of erosion control measures that might be necessary prior to the issuance of a CO. So a lot of what we were doing was cleaning up a bit of that. There was also some concern about some of the materials that were being used were not really being contained on the site and then ended up in the streets and then eventually in the lake. So we stiffened up those aspects a little bit. And then there were also some drainage issues, which I didn't personally write, but similar sort of approach. There were potentially, or at least arguably, some exclusions that people would take advantage of and avoid what was otherwise intended. And we wanted to make sure that we kind of closed any potential loopholes. We're not ready to admit they existed, but certainly other people were arguing that they did. And we intended basically to strictly enforce what seemed to be clearly intended by the existing Highland Lakes Watershed Ordinance and all those other similar requirements, and to make sure that we protected the lake as much as possible.
All right. Thank you. Questions, comments from council? Yes, Frank.
Can we approve this without it going to P&C because there's an amendment to the subregs to the plat regulations.
That may be an Aaron question, but we did discuss that. And originally, the only thing we were doing to 10 and 10.5 was some cross-referencing. But then when we started doing some editing and correcting, we noticed that something that we thought was in the subdivision regs wasn't. And we're a little less comfortable than we were originally, knowing that that's the case. But I'll let her address can and cannot.
So it's not mandatory that this goes to P&Z for their review and approval, but it has been customary, and it is contemplated within your rules of procedure that are adopted within our ordinances that planning and zoning would review these kinds of things.
Yes, Frank.
Given that, can we approve condition on P&Z approving, and if not, if they don't approve it, it comes back to us for reconsideration?
Can we do it that way, Aaron? Or do we have to refer it to them first?
My recommendation would be to refer it to them and have them review it first, then bring it back. It's somewhat of wonky's probably not your most legal term, but to have you approve it based on a conditional review by them, I would prefer that we make it clean and send it, and y'all refer this to them for their review, and then consider it once you have their recommendation.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
Anyone else?
Do you need a motion that we send it back to P&Z?
We
Mayor,
will.
if I may?
We will in a minute. If I don't have any more questions or comments, I'm going to open it up to the citizens for.
Just one minute.
Yes, Arch.
I have a question about the ordinance number, because what's been presented to us is ordinance 20-08-06-0X. So I would presume that when it comes back to us, that X will be filled in with some number.
It'll probably be 20-09- or 0820, or it'll completely change.
Okay.
And that
I just
OX.
wanted to point out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what got my attention, was the OX. Thank you.
Yeah, that 06 will change and the OX will change. All right, if I don't have any more questions from council, I will open it up to the citizens. Anybody have any questions or comments? All right, hearing none, I will accept a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that this be sent back to P&Z for review and then brought back to the council.
I don't think planning and zoning has heard it at all, so I don't think it's being sent back, but.
Well, all right, to be sent to planning and zoning for review and then return to the council.
Actually, they have seen the erosion control parts of it. They have not seen the drainage parts or the 10 and 10.5 parts. The subcommittee was actually included P&Z members that worked on the erosion control. And so just as a courtesy, they brought it back to the full board. Just FYI, here's what's moving out of 14 and going somewhere else.
All right. Well, referring it to planning and zoning will work, so.
They won't be completely cold is what I'm getting at.
Okay. Well, I have a motion.
Second.
I will second.
And I have a second from Frank. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, it goes to planning and zoning for review. All right. Number 5. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding adding citizens to the Planning and Zoning Subcommittee. This was brought to our attention at the last council meeting by Mr. Paul Roberts. He made the request for council to consider adding citizens to the Planning and Zoning Subcommittee. The subcommittee in question was established to discuss the future land use map and other related tools that are intended to provide guidance and criteria for zoning decisions. At that time, I agreed to put this on the agenda for tonight. Talking to Mr. Roberts on the phone about this in conversation, I had noted that, you know, I had to make sure that council had the authority to actually add citizens to the Planning and Zoning Subcommittee, because it wasn't something that City Council was establishing. It was something that Planning and Zoning was establishing, and being as how they're a commission with their own statutes designated to them by the state, you know, I just wanted to make sure that we could actually add citizens to this subcommittee. Since then, I have received, at least 24 emails and letters from citizens that are wholeheartedly supporting having citizens on the subcommittee, which is something that, you know, I totally agree with, because, you know, I think citizens should always have an input as much as possible. However, as I stated, I needed to make sure that we could do this. And so I, myself and other council members asked for a legal opinion on this. And at this time, I will read the legal opinion. State law provides for a specific framework through which municipalities may regulate zoning and comprehensive plans, including prescribed procedures for adoption of zoning regulations and districts, and delegation of some powers to appointed Planning and Zoning Commission members. That's the Texas Local Government Code, chapters 211 and 213. The city, through its charter and ordinances, has carried forward this framework, appointing 7 members to Planning and Zoning. A decision to allow non-P&Z members to serve on a subcommittee charged with recommending zoning ordinance and comprehensive plan amendments improperly delegates a portion of the authority specifically reserved to Planning and Zoning by the charter, current zoning ordinance, and state law. It would also allow for service by some persons that are not subject to the same standards of conduct or accountability as the appointed Planning and Zoning members, and potentially blur the lines between attorney and client. Although the city charter provides information regarding boards and commissions in Article 7, it does not directly address the issue of subcommittees. However, Ordinance 18-09-20-04 establishes rules of procedure for the City Council, commissions, board, and advisory committees of the City of Lago Vista, adopted in 2018. It does address ad hoc boards, which are equivalent to ad hoc committees or subcommittees. The city's rules of procedure state ad hoc boards may be temporarily appointed and terminate upon completion of a specific task or special purpose for which it was created, or when abolished by a majority vote of the City Council. No ad hoc board shall have powers other than advisory to the City Council. It is important to remember that the role of ad hoc committees is not to set public policy, but to report its findings and make recommendations to City Council. Lago Vista City Council has appointed members to the Planning and Zoning Commission to assist with development, review, and application of zoning regulations so that they may recommend amendments to council. More specifically, Section 9.1801 of the City Code of Ordinances enumerates the duties and functions of the Planning and Zoning Commission. The rules of procedure also specify the appointment and removal process for boards and commissions in addition to training requirements. The combination of city charter, city ordinances, and rules of procedure form a strong framework for P&Z membership and enumerated duties that include the particular issues for which the subcommittee was formed. Service by non-planning and zoning members would be an improper delegation in conflict with city ordinance. Existing case law, attorney general opinions, and state statutes focus on whether the meetings conducted by subcommittees are open to the Subject Meetings Act, not whether the city has the authority to form the subcommittee or who can serve on a subcommittee. While not specifically the focus of this inquiry, it is important to note is that state law specifically applicable to planning and zone makes the Texas Open Meetings Act applicable not just to the Planning and Zoning Commission when a quorum is present, but also to any committee when one or more planning and zoning members are present. Texas Local Government Code 211.0075. So this means for the citizens that this subcommittee has to adhere to Open Meetings Act. So they have to be advertised, they have to be recorded, and they have to be open to the citizens for participation. This law is a departure from the general rule that purely advisory committees or committees composed of fewer than a quorum of board members without any control or supervision or public business or policy are not subject to the Open Meetings Act. So this law is specific just to planning and zoning. In this particular circumstance, the law serves to benefit citizens because they will have additional opportunities to provide input on any zoning ordinance revisions, for example, at the subcommittee meetings, at the planning and zoning meetings, and again at the council meetings before deliberation and adoption of any such changes. Another key point to consider when determining whether to allow for persons other than the appointed planning and zoning members to participate on subcommittees, would those participants be subject to the same obligations and accountability as appointed members of planning and zoning? While it is very clear that they would not be subject to some of the state law requirements such as an oath of office, it is less clear whether council could impose other regulations such as the city's ethics policy. The City Council appointed members of boards and commissions, including planning and zoning and staff, are subject to a myriad of regulations, training, and other requirements. For example, like council members, planning and zoning members must take an oath of office, must meet certain qualifications for appointive office, and are required to take open government training. They're also subject to Texas conflict of interest laws. State law does not explicitly impose these requirements on subcommittee members. Additionally, planning and zoning members are subject to the city's ethics policy. This policy establishes standards of conduct for present public servants on topics ranging from conflicts of interest to outside employment, political activity to personal financial interests and the like, with the overriding interest being that public servants of the city shall at all times strive to avoid even the appearance of impropriety. One could argue that the ethics policy would apply to any non-P&Z subcommittee members, given that the term present public servants is defined broadly and includes all persons appointed by or by vote of the city council. However, the city's application of this policy to subcommittee members is unclear. Participation on a planning and zoning subcommittee also raises a concern for the city attorney. In accordance with the city charter, the city attorney shall be the legal advisor for the council and all offices and departments of the city. As the city attorney is prohibited from disclosing confidential information to or providing legal advice to those that she does not represent. Having a person on a subcommittee blurs the lines between who is her client and who is not, creating the potential for conflict. While fundamentally important to allow for public participation in the legislative process, citizens do not have an inherent right to serve on a subcommittee. It is not legally required, nor is it recommended in this instance. The public will have several opportunities to participate in the revision of the zoning ordinance and comprehensive plan by making comments during the public comment period of all open meetings, giving comments during any public hearings, and by submitting written comments to planning and zoning and the council when this item is posted on the agenda. It is important to preserve the framework established in our state law, city charter, and ordinances to ensure the city's decision-making processes are conducted by those who are being held to the highest standards of conduct and ethical behavior. In this case, the gentlemen who have taken the oath of office and abide by the city's ethics policy. A decision to allow non-planning and zoning members to serve as subcommittee members would conflict with state law, inappropriately delegate some of planning and zoning's enumerated duties, allow for service on subcommittees by persons that are not subject to the same standards of conduct or accountability as are appointed planning and zoning members, and blur the lines between attorney and client. So that is the legal opinion regarding allowing non-P&Z meeting members, non-planning and zoning members to serve on a planning and zoning subcommittee. Does anybody from council have any questions or comments on the legal opinion or on the appointment of members at all? Yes, Dick.
Mr. Mayor, my opinion is that putting other citizens on a subcommittee, by definition, a committee under the committee that's made up of the committee members, is not something that is practical. Now, these meetings are all open, and there were some good names of people that were interested in being on the subcommittee. My suggestion would be that these individuals get together, take the time, make the effort, find out what's going on, get into the zoning ordinances, come up with your own recommendations, and present those to the subcommittee, to P&Z, and when it comes to the council, to the council. There's nothing secretive going on here. There's nothing behind the doors. We have a group of citizens. We have a group of people that live in Lago Vista that are working to come up with an ordinance policy that works. And I am sure that they would be happy to listen to your input. So Paul, you're kind of the ramrod on this thing. If you could get the other individuals together, y'all sit down, come up with your own ideas, come up with your own suggestions. And then when the subcommittee is meeting, take those suggestions to the subcommittee and present them to them. When it comes to P&Z, go to the P&Z meeting and present it at that. The things that I can tell you were not going to happen if we appointed citizens to this subcommittee. They were not going to have a vote. They were not going to go into executive session. And all that they would have done was listen to the information that these three citizens could provide. And that possibility still exists. That doesn't change. Whether you're a subcommittee member or not, you're still a citizen, and you have the right to go to the meeting and to present your views. And I think if y'all get together and put it into a presentation, put it into something, printed document that can be presented to the subcommittee, get your ideas out there. Let the subcommittee see them. be there and listen to what they're saying and be a part of the process. And then next November, when it comes time and we put out notice that we want people to sign up for our committees, if you want to be on the committee, sign up, be part of it. Get on there and make your views part of what's done. But to put people from the community onto this subcommittee, I just can't see it. And legally, I just don't think we can do it.
Well, the only thing I would add is this is unique because it is planning and zoning. We have had several steering committees in the past with citizen participation. Our Veterans Memorial Committee, I think we've had library subcommittees. I think we've had Keep Lago Vista Beautiful subcommittees. We have the Comprehensive Master Plan had a lot of citizen participation in it. There's been quite a few subcommittees that have had citizen participation on them, but they just weren't planning and zoning. And because of the nature of planning and zoning in the state statute that regulates them as a commission versus a committee, versus an advisory committee, it makes it different. And
Correct.
you know, that I hate that, because personally, I think the citizens should be on the committees. But you know, I don't want to go against state statute and existing laws that govern the way planning and zoning operates, and put us in a situation where, you know, we're violating certain things in regards to state law. So,
Mr. Mayor?
anybody else? David?
Yeah. One of the things that planning and zoning has been doing all year is getting together as subcommittees to try to come up with the pros, the cons, you know, to sort through the ordinances that need to be sorted through. They also have participated in subcommittees with the Building and Standards Commission, like on the erosion. They didn't do on the drainage, but they did on the erosion. And it allows them to research and then bring it back to the total Planning and Zoning Committee to review and understand the different viewpoints that are out there. It's not something that was just set up for this future land use map. It's been something that they've used to kind of sort through and make it a little bit more efficient in trying to figure out. It's a lot harder to get 7 people together than the 3 to actually look into that particular subject matter and then bring it to the larger group. But it was never, ever designed to freeze people out. It was just a way of working with the city, with the developmental services, to try to speed up the process a little bit of being able to have a comprehensive way of looking at an issue. So that was the whole purpose behind the subcommittees with P&Z. If that helps.
Yes, Arch.
Yes, I wanted to add one other thing to the statement you made, Mayor. In addition to planning and zoning, building and standards is another commission, and Board of Adjustment is another one of our bodies that have regulatory authority. That being said, that puts them in a different light than some of the other committees that we have that act strictly as advisory committees. So those 3 different entities are in a different class by themselves. And I just wanted to make that point.
Yeah, that's true. Anyone else? Don?
When I was running for office a couple years ago, I sat through the Planning and Zoning Committee meetings, and I saw it from the citizens' point of view. And I feel like we've visited it many times in the council meetings where it is the most inefficient part of our city government. And I think it needs fully reworked. If this is not the way to do it, our citizens shouldn't have to take 6 months to get through and get a permit to add an outbuilding or put in a fence. And we've seen it take 6 months for one case to get through all the P&Z and the city council. So if this is not the way to do it, and we've heard Aaron's legal opinion now, we got to find some way to make it more efficient and more inclusive with the citizens, and not have to sit through meetings of the length that most of these meetings are to be heard. I don't know what the solution is yet, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, and you're spot on. This process with the subcommittee, you know, a lot of the subcommittees may go under the radar, and citizens, you know, don't even pay attention to their meetings and stuff like that. Nobody notices. But on a case like this, you got citizens that are watching it. Who knows how long the subcommittee is going to take to evaluate the zoning changes? They may meet once a month for 3 or 4 months before they come up with something. That's going to require citizens to attend those meetings. Then it'll go to planning and zoning and eventually make its way to council. So that does require a lot of time and attending several meetings. However, if these people were assigned to the committee, they would still be attending these meetings. So, but either way, it could be a long, drawn out process for this type of subcommittee. Yes, Tim.
A lot of times it takes that kind of time in order to get it done correctly. We have a process in place now. We recruit, we recommend, we ask that citizens volunteer to join the committees. We already have citizens, volunteers serving. So if anybody wants to be on these commissions or boards, fill out the application that's available and submit it. It already works.
Arch, do you have your hand up?
Yes, sir, I do. I wanted to add another view. After this suggestion was made, I actually looked at our city charter and I looked at our code of ordinances, and I didn't see any evidence for supporting this kind of citizen participation. So without that kind of support, I cannot be for this sort of initiative. I don't see it as necessary or desirable to allow members of the public to actively participate in decision-making or policy-making matters alongside elected or appointed public officials. Without legal appointment, these participants would lack obligation and accountability. As I see it, public input is welcome, but should end at citizen comments at business or town hall meetings. So I'm skeptical of this suggested volunteerism, and I would stand to oppose it.
All right. Anyone else? Anybody on staff have anything they need to add to this? All right, well, at this point, then I will open it up to the citizens. I have a few that have signed up previously to speak on this agenda item. I will start with Paul Roberts.
Good evening. My goodness, I don't think this is the what any of us were expecting in the citizenry this evening. I've heard some reasoned arguments, all of which, for the most part, are either
are against the idea of putting citizens on that P&Z subcommittee. Those opinions are those of the respective members of the council and of our city attorney. Of course, coming into this tonight, I didn't expect or plan to speak to this. So I'm a little caught off guard, but some of the things I heard, and I don't want to go into a long diatribe here, but there's no rush for this. From the beginning, this was, gosh, I apologize, I'm kind of at a loss of words. I'm going to take a step back, let me start over. A prevailing theme I hear is the council saying they like citizen input. They like things being discussed in public. Things that are important to the city should be discussed in public. I'm presuming there's no councilmen that disagree with that. If there is, please say something. This item that we wanted to, for which we wanted to get on the subcommittee, was on the P&Z agenda item, it became a P&Z agenda item after nothing about it was ever discussed in public to begin with. My understanding, after I pressed Roy and reminded him that we lived in a democracy at the first P&Z meeting in June, asking him who brought this item up for discussion and got it on the P&Z agenda. I understand that that was Mr. Robbins, Roy, Josh Ray, Aaron, and another unnamed city councilman. This is something that's very important. I think we can all agree. Thus, all the emphasis, all of you councilmen just got through relying on P&Z to do their diligence. Yet, something as consequential as this, which everybody has looked at, was decided in private that it would be put on the P&Z's agenda. So what I'm doing at this point is calling out what I perceive, perhaps inaccurately, to be a bit of hypocrisy. That when something as important as when we are going to claim as a city council, when the city council is going to claim everything should be in public scrutiny, give your 3 minutes, give your opinion. I don't recall ever hearing anybody on the city council suggesting that there should be an agenda item on the P&Z's agenda discussing the removal of section 13.20D and E of chapter 14 of our city ordinances, which govern the process for approving a zoning change which deviates from the city's future land map and comprehensive plan. So at the meeting, at the second meeting, Aaron told the P&Z, if you want to add citizens to your subcommittee, the city council has to appoint those citizens to your subcommittee. Now, since then, I can only presume that some council members who just got through talking about the importance of the Open Meetings Act discussed an upcoming agenda item amongst more than themselves. 2 of them discuss it, probably talked a little bit about coming into this evening, how to handle it, talk to the city attorney to get her position on it. We've heard her reasoned position. We haven't heard another opinion on it, but we have to give deference to that. That's the right thing to do.
Well, Paul, hey, Paul, I'm gonna stop you right there. So we can go on to other people's comments, but that's about 5 minutes there. But I will tell you that 99% of anything that's on the agenda, that's the way it ends up on the agenda, is somebody comes up with something not in a council meeting and says, hey, can we have this on the agenda for the next council meeting? So I don't know if you consider that in private, but that's the way almost everything ends up on the agenda item. Whether it's an application, but things don't
sale of property.
Things don't get put on the agenda in council meetings 99% of the time. At the end of the meetings, when we have our suggestions for future meetings and agenda items, we might suggest something there, but almost everything is created offline by either council members or staff members, doing their daily, routine and their work, and that's how they get put on the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate you giving me 5 minutes. I did submit the names of about 95 other people whom I'm speaking for. I would appreciate just another 3 to 4 minutes.
All right, go ahead.
To your point, I concede your point that there's there's business matters that need to go onto the agenda. I understand that. I think my only issue with something like this going on to an agenda, and I think my opinion is probably shared by an overwhelming majority of the citizens in Lago Vista, is that if 2 city councilmen, the development services director, the city manager, and the city attorney decide that it's appropriate to change the city ordinances to the extent that this would impact zoning, that's something that should have been discussed in public. And that's my only point on that. So, but back to this.
Yeah, the two council members and staff, all they do is put it on the agenda.
Okay. Is there any way to, is it possible to, there was a lot that you read. The Comprehensive Plan and Zoning Commission, Comprehensive Master Plan 2030 plan, that was created with citizens on it. Did they have to go through any kind of training or certification before they could participate in that?
No, because that was considered a steering committee.
Is my understanding correct that there's no way to create a committee of sorts comprised of non-P&Z members, even if it takes a long time?
The way I understand it, because of what they're tasked with and the state statutes that regulate their task, you cannot put citizens on a P&Z subcommittee. Now, citizens could form their own little committee and address P&Z and at the subcommittee meetings, but they could not be part of the subcommittee.
I see. Diane, you need to turn your microphone on.
What makes it ring?
So, okay, thank you for answering that. On the, gosh, I guess I'm just disappointed. But I understand. I mean, it feels like there's an effort made to avoid having the citizens on the subcommittee. And if that's not the case, fine. That sentiment still is what I've heard from several councilmen speaking this evening on this, is that they don't feel citizens need to be on it, and that the P&Z subcommittee, the P&Z committee is competent enough to do this. In that they can submit their minutes. I've watched several times where Gary Zielinski, the P&Z chairman, has tried, matter of fact, in June meeting, he wanted to shut the public comments off. Aaron had to step in and say, no, Mr. Chairman, you can't do that. Bringing this up, none of them even knew anything, don't know what 13.20 D and E, how to interpret it. They did on the second meeting after I brought it up. But with
the citizen input of a format of 3 minutes each on something comprehensive like this, it just seems and feels wholly inadequate. I don't know, I guess that's all I have to say.
All right, well, thank you. Next I have Darcy Fisher DeVoe.
Hello, council members. Darcy Fisher DeVoe. I think we're all put off right now because apparently the way I'm understanding is the law reads that we can't, nor no citizen can come on to that subcommittee. And I was just wondering, I mean, we have subcommittees with citizens on it. I'm not understanding, is it because you make law and rules that we can't come on it and only citizens are allowed on the subcommittees like the golf course, the airport and those other things, and we're allowed in those but not in this? And to me, this is pretty important because, you know, you guys are deciding what's going in and how the zoning's going. Like you just zoned that house across the road for me to be a business. And I mean, now if that was some other business going in there and not an art center, I might have had a little bit of a discussion about that because this is where I live. And I mean, if this is as much as you get, is like something comes up, it goes through planning and zoning, then it comes on here and a citizen didn't hear it or know what's going on, it just already passed and it's gone through. So, and where do you go from there? So I guess I'm just disappointed that the law reads that nobody can be on that planning and zoning subcommittee, since there was citizens that were going to stand up and do it. So that's all. Thanks.
Yeah. Yep, and the difference is because of the way the state statutes are between steering committees and commissions that have certain legislative powers, it does make a difference. All right. Next I have.
May I make a comment?
Yes, Dick.
I just make one comment to everybody. The P&Z are citizens. They are citizens that signed up and volunteered to fill those positions and to take on these issues. They're our neighbors. They're not some foreign power. They're not from Russia. They're not from China. They're from down the street. And y'all are talking about them like there's some kind of foreign body that's coming into town and trying to take things over. They're a group of our citizens. And I appreciate if we talk about them like they're our neighbors.
Thank you. All right, next I have Jane Brunswick. Jane, if you can hear me, and you're trying to speak, you're still muted. All right, well, I'm gonna skip Jane at the moment. We'll come back to her in a minute, see if she's able. And so next I have Ray Jones.
Thank you, members of the council. I'll just make a couple of thoughts. First, I would say that with respect to the previous comment that the P&Z committee has citizens on it, that I respect that. I think we all should respect that, but that by no means should infer that issues that are as important as these, as the ones we're talking about here, should not have substantial community input. And I don't think anybody is trying to cast aspersions on that group necessarily. But the way it has been conducted so far would lead some to reach that kind of conclusion. And that's not the way, I don't believe, that our government should run. And so I just believe that in spite of whoever is on that committee and on the subcommittee, that it is very appropriate to have substantial additional input from the community for an issue that is as important as this one. The second point I would make is that while I understand what I understand what the legal opinion says, it seems to me that the council, as I've heard some seem to indicate, would want to take whatever steps they possibly can within the law, of course, to provide an appropriate forum for that kind of community input for some issue that is as important as this one is. Now, maybe it can't be that you can have citizens directly on this subcommittee, but to say that the citizens can get together and then submit something at a public subcommittee hearing where they would likely get 3 minutes, and then at the P&Z meeting where they would get 3 minutes, is absolutely and totally inadequate. You cannot provide the kind of substantive input that this issue warrants with that kind of environment. So it seems like whether it's an ad hoc committee or call it something else if you want to, there must be some way that the city of Lago Vista can provide for adequate, substantial citizen input into a project like this. And that's really all that we're asking for. And I would respectfully encourage the council to find a way to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. All right, so I'm back to Jane. You're the last one I have signed up. Jane, are you there?
Doesn't have me on there.
All right. Well, I'm not getting anything from Jane. Sorry, that's the last one I have signed up. So I'll open it up to anybody else that did
Mayor,
not
she's now
sign up.
unmuted.
I'm sorry,
She's now unmuted.
Jane is? No, I see, Jane still shows to be muted. Well, we still got some time. I'm gonna go to Paul Prince at this moment.
Oh, no. Paul's on.
There we go, unmuted. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as some of you may have gathered, I actually am a member of Planning and Zoning. And so I have some history on this particular topic and the process around the topic. There's several people have stated that, you know, they get 3 minutes to comment. I'll say this topic has come up in Planning and Zoning in 2 subsequent meetings, and there's been at least 45 minutes, maybe an hour of feedback from the public in both of those. So at this point, I think that I personally and the Planning and Zoning members have heard about an hour and a half to 2 hours of feedback from the public on this topic. And it's been crystal clear that the public, you folks represented tonight, at least this portion of the public, is in a little bit of a panic that we're trying to strip the protection against what I would call capricious rezoning. And so we get it. I get that. I think the rest of the commission members get it as well. My understanding of the reason that Roy first brought this before us was that he was basically saying the language that we have in our ordinances today is a little bit confusing. And it's actually not as strong a protection as what I think many of you believe it is. And so the intent, at least my intent and my understanding of the intent of the commission, is to come up with something that makes more sense, is more easily understandable, provides better guidance for the Planning and Zoning Commission of when rezoning is appropriate and, you know, what we should be looking at. Right now, the things we should be looking at is very limited, frankly, in what's in the ordinance, and there's not a lot of guidance in there for members like myself of what is appropriate to do or not to do. So it's more of a judgment call than a sort of, let me call it a rules-based decision-making process. So we want something that is better, that is clearer. And one of the citizens in comments over the last couple of months said, well, don't remove that, what is often referred to section 13-20- some letter D or something like that. Don't remove that without coming up with replacement for it that makes sense. And I wholeheartedly agree, and I think that other members of the commission would agree as well. My suggestion is, just from an efficiency standpoint, let the commission have a chance to come up with something that's complete, not just delete this and we'll come up with something better later, but let's actually come up with something that's complete and bringing it back into a planning and zoning meeting and have the opportunity for everyone to see not only what might be deleted, but what might be added. So something that's more complete. The discussions we've had so far have all been about, let's do something better, but the something better has not specifically been proposed. And so, better ideas, certainly, as several of the council members have said, could be brought into one of these subcommittees. Prepare your ideas ahead of time and bring the ideas in. There have been a couple of people on the side who have contacted me about this, and I've given them some of my views and my opinions. And I think both myself and others on the Planning and Zoning Commission are happy to receive input. So I don't feel like we're trying to exclude anybody from the process. I do think it's a lot more efficient in a subcommittee to have a few people write up something specific and then have a chance for the public to review that specific feedback. So that's what I think the intent is, and what I hope the process works out. The more people, just from a practical point of view, the more people you have in a subcommittee coming up with proposed language, the harder it is to get to proposed language. So, I think a small subcommittee that generates something specific that then can get public feedback on is the best way for us to get to something that we're all happy with. But I certainly, we're not trying to make it easier for decisions of rezoning that don't make sense to be made. We're just trying to get to a state where the rules and process for making those decisions is a lot cleaner and a lot clearer than it is today. Thanks.
Thank you. Right. Anyone else? Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry, you show up as Paul Roberts, so state your name for me, please.
I'm Diane Chanya Penny.
Yes.
I live on Lake Boulevard. My original comment had to do with, I'm a little bit confused in some of the distinctions. I understand the legal part of it with regard to a subcommittee specifically attached to the P&Z, I think, although I would like to see it written out so I could read it myself. But there were references made from the council with regard to the citizens being on like the original planning and zoning commissions, other things. On steering committees, that there are existing avenues for more generalized citizen participation in a committee type of venue. So I guess my confusion is, how can we not, and it's kind of segues a little bit off of Ray's and about what Paul addressed as well, that there is potentially a way to get more specific commentary and input from the community than what it appeared to us when we first saw the original proposal, where it looked like there was a proposal, and if we hadn't spoken up at that time, it would have just passed the way it was, which was, as Paul just referenced, incomplete and not comprehensive in the way that he was referring or we were thinking. So that's what I'm missing. I'm confused. There's got to be is there a distinction that I'm missing in the legal description and the discussion about where a steering committee or whatever kind of committee had you said, Mayor, you made a reference to quite a bit of citizen participation in the original master plan creation, things like that. What is that specific designation so that we might go in that direction as opposed to a that is state mandated, you cannot have a citizen on a particular P&Z subcommittee as defined like that.
Aaron, do you mind addressing like the legal, more of a legal definition of the two types or the differences between the committees?
Sure, Mayor. So I want to make sure everybody's on the same playing field here. There is no state prohibition specifically of people, non-P&Z members participating on Planning and Zoning Commission. However, the way that the state law, which in truth, the way the state law is written, it says that the council was responsible for these zoning decisions and development of the zoning ordinance. They may delegate to the Planning and Zoning Commission if they form one. It doesn't give them the authority to then sub-delegate to a subcommittee this authority. So you have that piece. That's part of the framework. Then the city has adopted these other ordinances to give specific duties to P&Z. So that's part of the framework, just to kind of make sure we're all understanding that. I don't want to give you the misimpression. I understand your question. Give me 2 seconds. I don't want to give you the misimpression that the state law says you cannot do this. The state law doesn't give us permission to do this sub-delegation. Now, the difference between the subcommittee and these, for example, you asked about a steering committee. One good example of that is in 2015, the city council voted specifically to develop a steering committee for the comp plan update. So they formed a steering committee of 2 council members, 2 city staff members, 3 P&Z members, for rating proposals for an RFP so that we could have a consultant help us redo the comp plan. So that's kind of how you would set up a steering committee. So it's a broader group of people, a steering committee of staff, council, P&Z. In the subcommittee context is more of what was mentioned in our rules of procedure, which is anything that's kind of formed for an ad hoc for a specific purpose. In that you may have citizen members on it. The real issue here is because it's tied to P&Z, P&Z has specific statutory roles that come out of Chapter 211 of the Local Government Code. When it comes to other things where you have purely advisory boards and they don't have any ultimate decision-making authority, then the door is more open, and the council could appoint or allow members from the that are not appointed members to participate in that and to provide to serve on those committees. And it's not about participation. Because the P&Z requires those meetings to be open, you'll have the time to participate. It's not about participation, it's about service on the actual committee.
Okay, can I have a question?
Yes.
Meld into what you just said, because one thing that when I first wanted to clarify, Aaron, when you were saying that the state, clarifying the state law, where the city council and can delegate to a P&Z, but they cannot delegate to another entity for those decision-making things because of P&Z. The P&Z is the legal pathway with accountability and so on.
That's right.
That's okay, but it wasn't my understanding that as far as asking for citizen input on a subcommittee wouldn't be in that context of delegating authority for decisions. It was just an opportunity for more specific, more comprehensive input, just input, not to make decisions, because, so in that sense, understanding a definition of terms, so to speak, because we weren't expecting to be delegated the responsibility of making a P&Z decision, just input into the process. And under what you just described, then it would seem to me that an advisory board, some tangential sort of advisory board, may be copacetic in the environment, the political environment of the city government, and copacetic to serving the purpose of the citizens feeling like they have a voice in an instant where we initially felt we were basically pushed out of the process to some extent. To some extent, everybody had the varying levels. Am I speaking in proper context here with the verbiage?
I can understand it.
It's just the unique circumstance of you cannot delegate a duty that's specifically given to P&Z to another body.
Right, I understand that. So that's why I'm asking about the advisory board context. Is there a way, with you guys having the breadth of knowledge that we don't, as Paul kind of indicated, and as was explaining to us, and who was the speaker after that? I forgot already, I'm sorry. To meld it in a different avenue, like an advisory board, where I understood you to say the door is more open and more flexible, and citizens can be appointed to an advisory board for advisory, not delegating the role of making decisions.
Not for P&Z purposes. Not for developing planning and developing zoning ordinance changes.
I mean,
but other topics like the airport or other types of things, planning and zoning is its own unique animal.
And ad hoc wouldn't fit into that either. I mean, can it be made outside of, can it be under the council, or however, what other avenues? I'm not suggesting putting it under the P&Z. I'm asking for your guys' input. Is there another avenue where we can make an advisory board or ad hoc committee, something that would be amenable to the situation, but not, if it's prohibitive to be under a P&Z umbrella, okay. Where else can we be effective or applicable? Where else could it be applicable?
I'll address that here. I'll give you an idea of how we can address that here in a little bit.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I was going to let everybody that wanted to speak on the topic speak first, and then I was going to throw out my recommendation. If you'll just bear with me a little bit here.
Will do.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak at this time? Jane, are you out there? Nope, still nothing from Jane. Okay, well, if that's all the input I have at this moment, here's what my suggestion would be. And that is, you go through the P&Z subcommittees, you attend all the meetings. They have to be open. As you heard earlier, one or more persons in planning and zoning, they have to be Open Meetings Act. They have to be recorded. Minutes have to be taken. Citizens have to be allowed by law to address the agenda item. We get to a point where it's gone through planning and zoning. If through all the meetings, the subcommittee meetings, the planning and zoning meetings, and if it is not something that is, satisfactory to the citizens at that point, once it comes to city council meetings, in order to give appropriate amount of input, instead of just trying to limit you to 3 minutes, which I'm very gracious with my 3 minutes, but what I would do is I would create town hall meetings. And in a town hall meeting, you know, we would have something specifically put together by planning and zoning, a specific thing to discuss. And then I could allow the citizens to speak for whatever length of time I allow them to speak. And we could do that, you know, with council, with just myself. We could have planning and zoning in attendance as well. At that point, probably beyond planning and zoning, but if we get to that point and the citizens need more, the opportunity for more input, then we would go with town hall. So it doesn't quite give you the ability to form an advisory committee. The advisory committee would probably be really tough just because getting information might be impossible because of the attorney-client privileges and stuff like that. So the town hall, I think, would probably be the best way to allow citizens the most broad range of input outside attending the subcommittee and committee meetings. Good. All right. Anybody, council, anybody have any more questions, comments? All right. Well, if that is all that we have, I will entertain a motion at this time. All right. I have
Mr.
not
Mayor?
received. Oh, yes.
I make a motion that we do not approve citizens on the P and Z subcommittee. And I like your idea about the town hall meetings, but I want the subcommittee of the P and Z to at least come up with what their formulated ideas are so that we have something to throw out to the community that they can look at and review and then go from there.
Yes.
I'll second that.
All right. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay, 1 nay. Motion carries 6-1. And we will address citizen input in a different fashion. We'll do what we can to make sure the citizens get as much input as possible. Because I love having citizen input, so. Yeah.
I like giving citizen input.
Well, thank you. All right, we're going to go to agenda item number 6 at this time. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding recommendation of contract award for the construction of the 2020 street rehab phase 5. I'm assuming PH5 is phase 5 project, and authorize the city manager to execute the contract. Y'all know that we recently approved an additional $550,000 to cover some additional street projects. City has received 4 bids for these 2020 street rehab phase 5 project. Proposed improvements up for bid consist of installing asphalt material and associated appurtenances for American Drive, Highland Lake, Barkay Ranch, and Arrowhead. Out of the 4 bids, the city staff has determined that Bennett Paving offered the best value to the city, as well as the lowest bid as a unit price total at $230,098. The review of the tabulated bids indicates that the low bidder used bid amounts that were both appropriate and competitive for the project. See attached tabulated bids, and the other bids are listed. Funding, previously council authorized the transfer of $550,000 from the general fund balance to this project and to cover other associated project components. The city currently has full funding to cover the cost of construction and associated construction items for this project. As of July 2020, the city has spent $1.244 million to rehab 20 streets of different lengths, including Boggy Ford. Other than this project, the city is still working to rehab more streets like Paseo de Vaca before end of fiscal year, and I believe that starts Monday. Paseo de Vaca, they're doing the drainage right now, and I believe is it right? Is it paving or water main? Something starts Monday. I can't remember.
Work on the drainage now, Mayor, and they'll get onto the road.
What is it's water main that starts Monday though, right?
Correct.
Right. Okay. So Paseo de Vaca Street still out there. Okay. City staff determined that this construction company has constructed many similar projects around Central Texas. Rank them based on staff's finding. Council may elect to take staff's recommendation or proceed with further evaluation. Staff recommendation is that the contract for the 2020 street rehab phase 5 project be awarded to the low bidder, Bennett Paving, for the contractual amount of $230,098 and authorize city manager to execute. We have used Bennett Paving, have we not, on some of the previous projects?
Yes, sir.
Questions, comments from council?
What projects has Bennett Paving done so far?
Mayor, they've been part of the overlay team. We've had the 2 overlay projects this time around, and Bennett was the company on Boggy.
If they did all of Boggy or?
Yes, sir. All of Boggy.
Who did Barquet?
I believe that was, I think it was Lone Star, but let me check. Oh, that's Intermountain. So that was Intermountain. It was a slurry. So Intermountain slurry.
They didn't do slurry though. That was an overlay on Barquet.
The company.
Oh.
Intermountain slurry.
That's the name of their company. Okay. That's all I have.
All right, Dick?
Yes, very happy about being able to complete this project for the year. This will put us where we were planning to be. We finished these streets, and I think Paseo de Vaca, we will be right where our street plan had us being at the end of the year, so that we can proceed next year with the next 30 streets and continue to improve our roads for our citizens.
Yep, staying on course, on path is very vital to this project, this program. Anybody else? All right, how about citizens? Are any citizens like to comment? All right, hearing none, if there's no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we accept the bid from Bennett Paving of $230,098, and that we give the city manager authority to complete the contract and to get this on down the road.
Second.
I'm sorry, who is my second?
Arch.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay?
Hey,
All right. Hearing one, motion carries 6-1. Let's see, we're on action item number 7. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding ordinance number 20-08-06-01, an ordinance of the City Council of City of Lago Vista, Texas pursuant to Vernon's Texas Codes Annotated, Local Government Code, Chapter 102, Section 102.007B, providing for amendments to ordinance number 19-09-19-02 for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2019 and ending September 30, 2020. Amendments to said budget by department are set forth in Exhibit A attached to this ordinance. Okay. This deals with the parking lot right out here in front of City Hall. We have been working with PEC, forever. We've tried going through community development block grants. We've been working with them to try and get the telephone poles. Actually, I think we tried to get telephone poles taken down for, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years now, and go underground utilities. We finally got them on board within the last probably a little over a year ago. They finally agreed to providing underground utilities, but it has taken us at least a year, if not more, to get them to provide us with a cost estimate of what it would take for them to complete their portion of the project. They have finally done so with a cost estimate of $50,000 to complete this part of the project. And from what I understand, this is a fairly time-sensitive cost estimate. So if this was amenable to the city, this is something that we would need to act on right now to take advantage of this cost estimate. Once PEC completes their work, the city will need to hire an electrical contractor to complete the individual tie-ins for each project located at around Town Square. The total budget for this phase of the Town Square project is $104,200. So $50,000 for PEC and then another $54,200 to get the electrician to actually connect it up and turn the power on. Town Square development is part of our comprehensive master plan listed on pages 58 and 59 under the municipal complex redevelopment that we've been trying to expand for, like I say, a couple of years now. If approved, funds would come out of our general reserve account. As of June 2020, general fund reserve account has $2,772,210. We may have an update to that with the July financial report. I don't know if that's out yet or not. And there's 4 attachments: your ordinance, the Town Square concept plan, the Town Square estimates, and the budget amendment worksheet. This is just one phase getting it's part of our Town Square expansion or municipal complex expansion. This is just one of the many phases. We'll have more that will come in the future, but they will be down the road a bit. We will be focusing on more of the library expansion after we get our electricity issues taken care of. So any other phases to our city Town Square development will be down the road a ways. Questions, comments?
Mr. Mayor, I think we need to get this project done. We've been trying to get this done for several years now. So if we have agreement that they would put the lines on the ground, it would allow us to have a parking lot that's paved the same way and everything else, and we'd be able to have more functions out there in the parking lot.
Yes, those power lines have been a pain for, yeah, forever.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Did we get on that 54,200 for actually hooking up the electricity? Did we get multiple bids for that?
Mayor, we did, and actually, so if council approves, then we'll go out to bid formally for that project. So that's not a let project at this point. Those are the informal discussions, and that includes the individual tie-ins for the property. So that's complete electrical and individual tie-ins for the buildings around the town square location. So it will have to be bid out in its entirety. Those numbers, that number comes from discussions with 3 electricians.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? All right, anybody from the audience that would like to address council? All right, hearing none, I will accept the motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt ordinance 20080601 and language and allow the city manager to complete the contract.
Us, and to go out for bid and get the bids and all that good stuff. I'll second it.
All right, I have a motion and second. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. Yay. All right. Number 8.
Mr. Mayor, let's take 5.
All right, we need a restroom break.
Yeah.
All right, we will recess for 5 minutes. Don't go away.
Sandra, please mark 8:58.
8:58, yes. Another one up here.
Yeah.
How many minutes we got left? 1, 2.
2 minutes.
I'm back.
All right.
I used to have a girlfriend, but I guess she just couldn't compete with all the love stars who keep clamoring at my feet.
The Josh Ray theme song. And we're back.
903, Mayor, 903, Sandra.
Number 8, discussion, right? Number 8, discussion, consideration, possible action regarding ordinance number 20-08-06-02, an ordinance ordering and establishing procedures for the 2020 general election in the city of Lago Vista to elect council members for place 2, place 4, and place 6, providing for notice of the election, providing election precinct and polling places, providing for early voting, providing for an effective date, an open meetings clause, and providing for related matters. General election is held Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. 3 positions for council expiring. Those positions are listed below. Each council member is elected at large by place for 2-year terms. They are council members place 2, council member place 4, council member place 6. Questions? All right, anybody from the audience have any questions, comments? Yes, Darcy, you gonna run? What position?
No, Mayor, no, thank you. I was just wondering, because you're saying the place, could you say who is running? So in case people don't know what those positions are and what people are up for reelection right now, please?
Currently, your incumbents are council member place 2 is Don Bartholow. Council member place 4 is Tim Collins. Council member place 6 is Frank Robbins. The application period does not close until August 17th. So formal announcement of applicants will be done following, probably at the August 20th meeting. We just don't know who else is going to be running just yet.
Okay, thank you.
But those three are the incumbents.
Thank you.
I'm running. I signed up.
There you go.
I'll chime in there. I'm not running. I will not be running again, and I'll explain that in the near future. Anyone that cares.
All right, there's 1 and 1. Frank, do you care to share anything about your future since the other two did?
I did. Let me say it again. I signed up.
Oh, okay. You were muted, so. All right, so there you go, Darcy. At least you know where the incumbents stand. So general election, I think it happens no matter what we do, right? So.
Correct.
I'll entertain a motion at this point.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we adopt ordinance 2008-0602, an ordinance ordering and establishing procedures for the 2020 general election in the city of Lago Vista to elect council members.
Second.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second from Arch. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the election, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. And we go to number
Carry on the
9.
revolution.
That does not mean you can start putting yard signs out tomorrow. Number 9, discussion, consideration, and possible action on a purchase agreement with Mosin Anami for approximately 0.31 acres of land out of lots 30 MB and 31 MB Lago Vista Travis Plaza that would allow for the extension of Bonanza Street to city-owned property. So the city has negotiated with the current property owner, which is Mosin Anami, regarding purchase of small portions of 2 adjoining lots at the end of Bonanza Street. In consideration, the city would agree to the following: pay $15,000 for the property, abandon and vacate the no longer needed portions of the cul-de-sac right of way and have those transferred to Mr. Anami. And the city would pay to relocate the PEC power pole, all survey work, and replatting the affected area. City used city real estate agent Kevin Sullivan to broker this deal, if that's important. If approved, the city would have the opportunity to extend Bonanza Street to city-owned property, allowing for future connection to Municipal Way, facilitating for better traffic flow and connectivity within the city. Questions, comments?
And that's why we're paying cash for that?
Mayor, so this deal came about when we talked about access to the property in between the police department and the library. Councilor Robbins had asked about the future connection for this road, and then we talked about the extension of Bonanza or Lago Vista Way that would reach back to Loman Ford Road. So this opportunity came up to be able to make this connection because the property owner was making changes and improvements to that lot. City attorney has been working with the property owner and his attorney and with Mr. Sullivan to make this deal possible. In order to go through the normal procedure, it would be paying a cash amount to the individual and then completing the items that the mayor already read.
Okay.
Yes, Dick.
Muted.
Dick, you're muted.
You're muted, Dick.
Yeah, I just realized that. Josh, how much are we talking about in expenses for moving the pole, the other activities that have to take place with this?
So the survey is part of a larger survey that we're working on for the library city hall expansion. So we're tying that survey work into that, which is a value add for us. And I'm not sure if we have the PEC number right now. I just texted to Eric to see if he has that relocation. This is similar to another PEC pole move that we'll be doing on our lot where the library building is going to go. And so it's relocating a pole as well. It looks like the estimate for that pole is $1,400.
All right, thank you.
And that's not bad. To have a pole set on your property at 7,000. So
Yeah,
and it's 7,000 for each tie down. What do they call those? The guy wires. Yeah.
Right now, the pole is right in the middle of where the street would go. So if we want the street, we're not just moving the pole as a favor. It's in the middle of where the road would be.
So is it better just to move the pole or to go underground?
Yeah, the underground for that whole area is going to be a lot more expensive, Mayor.
I didn't know if we could start right there and go underground. And
It'd definitely be nice to underground everything as close as we can around all of this area, because eventually you want to be able to start expanding out the undergrounding throughout the city. That's been something people have commented to us often. Our answer is always cost prohibitive. So we'll definitely have the dialogue with them. What we'd like to do, Mayor, is if this is approved by council, then we will have the discussion jointly with PEC on the projects and see if there's a value add for that process. If not, then we'll just move along in parallel projects.
all right. Yes, Arch.
I have a question for Josh. The way I see this is the purchase of two adjoining lots, and then we're ceding back the cul-de-sac, the right-of-way, back to Mr. Anami. Is that correct?
That's correct. So it's pieces of property on there and then giving that back to him. So you're correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Anami is the property owner that is building the house at the end of Bonanza that you're able to see from Thunderbird. And so that's the area that we're talking about. And then if you go to the end of this street, you'll be able to see the distance between where the cul-de-sac area is now and where the connection to Lago Vista Way will be in the future.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, anybody from the audience who would like to ask a question, make a comment. I would like to add on here that the funding source from this is our real estate account. And the current balance as of June 30th on the real estate account is $1,771,730.
Yeah, Mayor, that's the benefit of being able to create that account for items like this when we're having a right-of-way purchase or to do a property purchase. For example, the item completed earlier this evening at the beginning of the council meeting was the sale of a piece of property in the amount of approximately $13,000. So it's not enough to cover this act, but still those numbers are very close.
All right. Well, if that's all the questions and comments I have, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we authorize the city manager to go into a purchase agreement with Mohan Anari for the item described in the item number.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second from
Dave Williams.
Dave. All right, Dave Williams. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. And we move to agenda item number 10. Discussion, consideration, and possible action on an ordinance closing, vacating, and abandoning a portion of the street right-of-way commonly known as Bonanza Street, authorizing conveyance to the abutting property owners by quit claim deed and providing for the following findings of fact, enactment, severability, effective date, open meetings clause, and providing for related matters. So in agenda item number 9, we approved the contract negotiation for the property that we want. Now we need to give Mr. Anami the property in the cul-de-sac that the city no longer needs
Or wants.
or wants. Yeah, it looked funny with the circle in the middle of the street, so. Questions, comments? Nope. Anybody from the audience? Questions, comments? All right. Hearing none. I'll entertain a-
Wait a minute, I had a question. Sorry,
All
I was
right.
on mute. It says in the language, possible action on an ordinance closing, vacating, and abandoning. Do we need that ordinance now?
You should have it in your packet.
Let's see, page 134. Let me look that up.
134 or 131?
Well, it starts on 131, but the supporting
That's where it
material.
says action on an ordinance, and I don't see an ordinance.
The
Well, the
ordinance is
ordinance-
on 134, Mayor.
134 is the ordinance, but it doesn't have an ordinance number.
Sandra will add
Yeah.
that.
If
So-
approved, Mayor, Sandra will add the ordinance number
Mhm.
based on the next sequential number.
Yeah,
Yep.
20-08-06-03 more than likely. But anyway, she'll add that on. But the ordinance is in the packet on page 134.
All right.
Anybody else? All right, if there's no more comments, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we take action on the ordinance to be declared later, closing, vacating, and abandoning a portion of the street right-of-way commonly known as Bonanza Street.
Right, I have a motion
Second.
and a second for March. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, ordinance passes unanimous. And we go to number 11. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding an ordinance of the City Council of Lago Vista, Texas, amending Chapter 13, Utilities, Articles 13.1100, Domestic Water Drought Contingency Plan, 13.1400 Water Conservation Plan, and 13.1500 Reuse Drought Contingency Plan, and Chapter 1 General Provisions, Article 1.1900 Golf Courses, providing an effective date, repealer, severability, proper notice, and open meetings clause. All right, this ordinance amends Chapter 13 by clarifying definitions, removing superfluous and redundant language, removing non-regulatory language, and amending the drought response stages to more closely match LCRA and reorganizing language for readability. This ordinance also amends Chapter 1 by deleting redundant language covered by Chapter 13. Divisions 2, 3, and 4 are deleted in their entirety. Divisions 2 and 3 are addressed in Article 13.1100, making them redundant. And Division 4 is not a regulation and could be adopted later as a plan. If anybody has any questions on what Division 4 is, it is on page 199. Because I had to look that up to see what Division 4 was, and that's the Lago Vista Golf Course Water Conservation Plan. So my question regarding Division 4, it's being deleted and could be adopted. So right now we would have no golf course water conservation plan in place. Are we not required to have that by LCRA? Yes, no? Anybody?
I don't know.
I believe our existing water conservation plan could cover the golf course. But if we want to adopt one specific for the golf course, we can do that as a plan.
So can I ask a question?
Yes, Dave.
So the changes being made to this, is it in coordination with the drought plans that we already have? Or is this changing something different than what we have in the drought plan?
So
conservation plans that we already have.
So it's a little bit of both. Amending Chapter 1, there's a lot of changes to Chapter 1 because a lot of it is covered in Chapter 13. So that's basically just changing our existing drought ordinance as far as Chapter 1 is concerned and cleaning that up and getting rid of all that, like I said, the redundant language and stuff, and eliminating some things altogether. The Chapter 13 does kind of both. It not only does it clean up the definitions and take out some language and stuff like that, but it would, if approved, this would be amending our drought response stages. And this is what we discussed last meeting, the last session, about our watering schedule, going to from where we're at now, which is more restrictive and more conservation minded than what LCRA has in place. And so we would adjust ours to correspond closer or along with LCRA. So it does a little bit of both. LCRA, if we do, well, whatever changes we recommend, I'm not really sure how to proceed with this, Aaron. You'll have to help me with this, but LCRA has to see and sign off on any changes that we make. So I think what we're looking at tonight is approving tentative changes, and then it would be brought back to council after LCRA reviews it.
So LCRA's requested that if we're making any changes that impact the regulations that are part of their purview, that we give them a courtesy opportunity to review the changes that we're looking to make. Technically, you don't have to. You could approve it the way it's presented to you this evening. If you want to give them the opportunity to look at this and essentially give their blessing, you can. As long as we are not violating or removing language that we are legally obligated to have, then there's not an issue. And my understanding is that the changes that we're making that are proposed within this these revisions to the ordinance would be in conformance with what LCRA requires.
Division 4 is kind of mute because there's no water on it anyway.
Yeah, on the golf course.
Yeah.
On the
So did that answer your question, Dave?
Well, in the drought plan, the stage 1 is 900,000 gallons, correct? And it's stage 1, and we have it as mandatory versus LCRA has it as voluntary. I mean, I don't understand why we don't have the drought plan that we have in coordination with this here. Because it's just changing it, you know, I mean, I could understand if you want to lighten up and allow people to water a little bit more, but the threshold for mandatory 2-day watering would still be the 900,000 gallons. So I'm a little confused.
Well, this goes back to when the plan was originally put together. You know, we were coming out of that drought of what, 2015, 2016. And, you know, we had gone all the way, at least stage 2, if not stage 3 at that time. And, you know, the citizens, the community had gotten used to just watering 1 day a week or whatever the stage where we were in. And so when this was put together, it was decided by council at that time to be a little more restrictive in our conservation efforts and continue with what we had in place. And it gave us more time, I guess you could say. You know, as the lake drops, other communities are having to make changes and cut back 10% here and depending on whatever the trigger point is. Well, we were already beyond those trigger points with our ordinance. So our community would not have to make any changes up until, I don't know, stage 3, I guess it was, maybe stage 2. I believe it's stage 3, but
stage 2.
That's kind of the reasoning behind the way our current drought plan is. Yes, Don.
So I won't try to overstate this too many times, but I feel like a lot of work was put into that plan. And I love the fact that Lago Vista has been leading by example and not encouraging waste of water. I remember the drought well, and for us to be limited to watering twice a week seems very reasonable, especially as the population grows and there are more and more people using the water out of Lake Travis. I like Lago Vista to be a leader, and I don't think we need to change anything from what we're doing currently. But I don't want to discuss it too far and confuse anyone with details, because I'm sure we're going to hear from Ron Smith, who put a lot of work into the drought plan as it is. And I think we're in the right position the way we are, and we shouldn't be bothering with this right now.
I've been watching I think the first trigger point is at 1.4 million acre, 1.4 million acre feet. And that's a voluntary, according to LCRA, it's a voluntary measure. Watching the LCRA reports, our water is dropping about, a 1/10 of a foot per day right now. It leveled off for a while. They quit releasing there for a while. But I noticed this week they started releasing again. We're already down to 1.6 million acre feet we're 83%. So I guess 1.4 puts us probably at about 75%, somewhere around there. I don't think it's going to be too much longer before we reach that first stage 1 trigger. But like the LCRA one says, it's voluntary, not mandatory. But for us right now, we have it at mandatory.
Mandatory, correct.
And I'm going to have to say I agree with Don. I really like the fact that we are very conservative in our water use, and making this change. I don't really see what the need is behind making this change. I know there's some people that would like to water their yards more often, but outside of council members bringing this, I have not heard anybody from the city, no citizen at all has approached me ever about watering their yards more than once. So I haven't heard from anybody that this is a necessary change. Yes, Arch.
Here, I want to remind you that I reacted to this from listening to some of my neighbors and people that I know. They're not understanding why we are so restrictive. We're only one city within the lake that affects the amount of water that comes out of the lake for drinking water purposes. We're a very small cog in the wheel, so to speak. So I don't really see the need to be as restrictive as we are. I don't think that there's any problem with us using the same trigger points that LCRA has, using the same guidelines that they have laid out for everybody else. I don't know what has to make us special.
So we're a leader, not a follower.
Why do we need to be leaders?
Because we can be.
Well, certain times.
Why do we have, the question is, why do we have to, not should we?
We don't have to, but it'd be nice if we could lead and maintain a drought plan that's consistent. I mean, I don't have any problem with the current drought plan that we have. If you wanted to just allow people to water a little bit more, you could just let people water a little bit more. And when the city manager says, we're in stage 1 and it's mandatory 2-day watering, whatever that level is that LCRA says we need to go to 2-day watering, it just kicks in. I don't understand why we need to change the drought plan.
This is not a complete change of the drought plan. This is a change of the drought plan to coincide with LCRA's drought plan. Nothing more.
Anyone else? No. All right, that's it for council. I'll go to our citizens. I do have one citizen that has signed up in advance, and that is Ron Smith. So Ron, at this point, I'll recognize you. There he is.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I rise in opposition to the entire item number 11 on the agenda. And I ask for this council to please cease and desist on all efforts associated with this agenda item. The documents you have before you are not ready for prime time. I have 3 points that I'd like to state for you. Number 1, on page 149, the document you're talking about is titled Water Conservation Plan. That violates state law. In 2007, the 80th Texas Legislature amended Texas Water Code, section 13.146, you can look it up, Aaron, while I'm talking, that requires each retail public utility that provides potable water service to 3,300 or more water connections that they need to submit a water conservation plan, not to LCRA, but to the Texas Water Development Board. And that's been a law since 2009. Point number 2, the water conservation plan before you has deleted many of the legal requirements needed to address a water conservation plan. Let me give you 3 examples. Water conservation goals for the next 5 to 10 years were deleted. The metering methods were deleted. The leak detection methods were deleted. Your current water conservation plan has them in them, both in section 3 for the goals and section 4 for the strategies. You can find that on page 8 of the water conservation plan. Point number 3, the 2022 water contract renewal. Council places 2, Mr. Bartholow, place 4, Mr. Collins, and place 6, Mr. Robbins, are up for re-election. And if you guys are re-elected, you will be on the council when the city will do final negotiations with the 2022 LCRA 15-member board. Not the LCRA staff, not Phil Wilson, not John Hoffman or any of his people, the 15-member LCRA board. How will you explain to that LCRA board that we went from being a proven water conservation leader in the community and region by winning 5 conservation awards and 2 reuse grants from LCRA, you now want to switch and do a council-approved strategy of use as much water as you want, as long as you want. This WCP, this water conservation plan that you revised, has not been vetted with anybody. And I don't know how you can possibly approve this tonight. It's not ready for prime time. So the action is please cease and desist with these actions on item 11 and just stop. I can go into more detail on more things, but that's all I have time for. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Ron.
Thanks, Ron.
Anybody else? That's all I have that have previously signed up to speak. Is anybody else from the audience? Yes, Deanna Roberts. Paul, go ahead.
Hi. Hey, Mr. Davila, Councilman Davila is proficient in the water situation here in Lago Vista. I believe he was on a committee set up this issue. And I know that Councilman Weatherly is also quite knowledgeable on water. I apologize if they've already addressed this, but I'm having a drink. If they could share their opinion on this, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Dick.
Paul, I'd be more than happy. Was it Paul? Sounded
Yes,
like.
Or Deanna's fine right now.
Okay, well, I share Mr. Smith's opinion on this. I'm totally opposed to it. I read through this. It was supposed to be easier to read. I do not see that. And it's obvious that there were a number of things that were included in this by requirement that this particular document is deleting. And I am totally opposed to it.
Thank you. What about Mr. Williams?
I'm opposed to it also.
Frank, are you in favor of it or opposed to it, sir?
Well, I wrote it.
Okay.
Because there was, what you see in the backup is the document that I actually submitted to the staff about a month and a half ago to get vetted. one of my principal issues when the issue was brought up. And then I read the Code of Ordinances, and I didn't realize that the Code of Ordinances actually had in it 4 plans. Plans don't go in the Code of Ordinances. This is Ron's point. And I had suggested in the documents, which actually are available because they're all Word documents, that we adopt the plans as plans. But the plans don't belong in the Code of Ordinances. Code of Ordinances are regulations. And so what you have is the regulations that apply to watering restrictions, how we use reuse water. Those ordinances apply to all golf courses to include the former Highland Lakes. The issue for me anyway, is relatively simple. Do you want to follow the LCRA guidelines and allow people the freedom to water when they need to water? And when we get into a drought, we be restrictive, and that's LCRA's direction, or be more restrictive. I don't know that any other community is following our direction. Now, I could be wrong. We may actually be a leader. I just haven't seen it.
Thank you. I appreciate your, yes, Mr. Davila.
All right. Hey, before we proceed, Arch, hold on just a second.
I had asked him a question, sir. That's why I
Right,
think he's responding.
Right. So I'll allow you to ask them for their opinion, but
Yes,
we'll
sir.
hold the vote at the end here. And, you know, instead of asking everybody, are you in favor or not in favor, you can ask them
Yes, sir. Understood.
for their opinion, but let's not get into the voting just yet.
Yes, sir. I apologize. I was just trying to get better perspective so that I could better formulate my own questions. Thank you.
All right,
Thank
go ahead,
you,
Art.
Mayor. I was just about to ask you why we are debating with the citizens at large. That's not in our rules of procedure. We do not allow that.
I
So
appreciate
secondly-
your point of order.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But as a citizen during public comments, I believe that under Robert's Rules of Procedures, I do have the ability to ask you a question directly. However, I was not debating you. I actually asked a question. I sat back and I listened. So that's not debating, Mr. Davila. Instead, I just asked him your question. It's up to you if you want to answer it. If you don't want to answer it, you don't have to.
That's good.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, thank you.
Definition of debate.
Okay.
No.
All right.
No,
we
let
good?
me go ahead. Let me finish, Mayor. He asked the question, and I'd like to answer the question. The answer that I have for you is that I'm all in favor of following the directions that are laid out by LCRA. I don't believe that we need to be any more restrictive than what those regulations are that are already in place, plain and simple.
All right. Thank you, Arch. All right. Anybody else in the audience that has not signed up? Yes, Joanne.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question in regard to the city receiving several awards in Waterfield, if I remember right. In my opinion, when you get awards for conservation and whatever, that states that you are a leader in your area and your community. I would like to see that continue. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else? All right. I have one more thought on this. And I don't know if it's ready for tonight or not, but if there's, I understand the cleaning up of the chapters 11 and chapter 1 and chapter 13 I mean, if they need to be cleaned up, get rid of areas that are redundant, clarifying definitions, and I get that. But I think at this point, I don't support changing our drought response stages. And if this comes back, if this gets approved, or if it comes back at a later one, I would say when it comes back as just what administrative changes need to be done to the 2 chapters. And that's my thoughts. Anybody else? All right, if that's everyone. Ron, you have one more thing?
Language seems to be used tonight between water conservation plans and drought plans. Those are 2 different things. Water conservation goes forever. Drought happens when you have a drought only. And these documents have all been smashed together. They got different stakeholders. They got different approval cycles. That's why the documents were separated originally, because we got to deal with different people for different topics. This thing is just smashed together. A lot of things were deleted. A lot of good things were deleted. And I think you're going to get a bunch of unintended consequences.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, if that's it, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I would make a motion that we decline this change to the ordinances.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second from Dave Williams. Any further discussion? All those in favor of declining the ordinance, say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay?
Nay.
So Arch and Frank, nay? Is that correct? All right, the motion passes 5-2. The ordinance has been declined. All right. We now go into our consent agenda. All matters listed. I'm sorry. All matters listed under consent agenda are to be considered routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will not be separate discussion on these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. And we have the approval of the June 30th, July 7th, 2020 special called council meeting minutes and the July 16th regular council meeting minutes. Questions, comments? All right, anybody from the audience have any questions on the minutes? All right, hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
All right, I have the motion from Dick and the second from Tim. All those, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, consent agenda is approved unanimous. Discussion. Number 13, discussion regarding Cap Metro point-to-point launch. Take off, eh?
Mayor, we're excited to give this update. August 18th is the launch date for Cap Metro. This is something that we've been working on for a while. I think for the mayor and for myself, we call it something of an acceptance of a lesser service but it's a service that we think is going to have a pretty good impact in our community. So just to advertise again, we've given a couple updates. August 18th will be the first date that the Cap Metro point-to-point service will be available to our citizens. If you're looking at the staff summary at home, if you can see Aaron's screen, you'll see the flyer that shows shows what they're sending out. The hours of operation are Monday to Friday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. The price per ride is $1.25. You utilize the system with an app, and so you can access it through the city app, or you can download the Cap Metro app and be able to have basically a circular inside of their service district in Lago Vista that can take you from point A to point B. And then if you want to get back from point B to point A, you use the service again, pay another $1.25, and it works out. So, as a staff and from our processes, we're just excited to see a new system in place in Lago that hopefully will provide a new service to our citizens that'll equate to the roughly $700,000 that we're going to be paying Cap Metro this year.
Yes, it has only taken us 4 years to get this in place. From the vote in 2016 to now, we have finally got some additional service from Cap Metro. You look at those 4 years combined, you're looking at over $2 million that we've paid into Cap Metro for our one bus route and a few van services. But now we'll have a bus that will take us, if you go to page 216, it actually has the map, which on the northwest end starts kind of up at the middle school, city pool, runs through town and goes down along Boggy Ford Road. They have their area of service laid out by, I think it was either a 15 or a 20-minute round trip from their starting point, which I believe is going to be right here in front of City Hall. So the way the area is laid out right now, if you live south of Boggy Ford Road along Highland Lake and some of those streets back in there, you're not within the service area, so you would have to walk up to Boggy Ford Road to get into their service area. And their app has like a GPS locator on it, so it knows exactly where you're standing. And as long as you're within that area, it will pick you up. We're hoping that we will get enough riders using this that they will either add a second bus or expand their coverage area to include that area south of Boggy Ford Road and north of 1431 up into the Airport Hill and eventually west over into Lakeside and the city park and everything. But before they do that, we've got to be able to show enough ridership. So right now it's just a small, I don't want to say it's small, it covers most of Lago Vista, but it doesn't cover all of Lago Vista, but it is something. People can go to grocery shopping and wherever they need to go and not necessarily have to use their own vehicles. So we are looking forward to it. Hopefully it'll be a plus to our community. Yes, sir.
Mayor, Meredith put a few more comments on there, and Meredith's working with Cap Metro's marketing team to get the information out. You'll see that next week they'll put the route and the communication online. Excuse me. I mentioned using the app and using the city app to access. Meredith also pointed out that you can call in for pickup. So if you're not an app type of person, then you can call in. It works the same format. And then also, she already has a bunch of the brochures. If someone wants to pick some of those up, just call us next week. What we're planning on doing, we'll set some outside of City Hall so people can come by and pick some up. You may want to share it with family members. You may be in small groups. So we encourage you, if you want to provide some flyers, to somebody, please feel free to pick them up. Right now, with COVID and social distancing, there's a challenge for our ability to get all the information out. We are sharing it, and we have been sharing in the water bill, but we want to get as many people to know about this service as possible.
Thank you. Questions from council? Hold on just a second, Joanne. Anybody from council have questions, comments?
Well, look,
Yes, David.
Mr. Mayor, so certain people in the neighborhood can actually be picked up from their own house as a starting point, or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. If you're within that service area, they'll pick you up at your front door.
Gotcha. That's important.
Yes, I made the comment about walking. That's for people that are outside the service area. You have to physically get inside that little bubble.
Okay.
I don't know, Bowden Point may become a park and ride at some point. People will drive up to Bowden Point and catch the bus. I don't know, but we'll see. Anybody else, council? All right, Joanne.
Is there a reason why they left off part of the city? My question is brought on by the fact that we are in that twilight zone area. And if we became a one-car family and say Ron is gone and I needed to get to the grocery store or the post office or whatever, I've got to walk up to City Hall. And if I go grocery shopping, I may have a heck of a lot of bags to carry back. And that's a little bit of a long walk when you've got a lot of groceries carrying, or if you've got frozen food or whatever. So I'd like an answer to why certain areas were left out.
Well, they have a program, a computer program, GPS program that maps out, I think they said it, a 15-minute, I don't remember if it's a one-way or a round trip. But it was like a 15-minute response area. And whatever computer program they have, it mapped it out, and those what they have in their service areas where they can guarantee pickup within 15 minutes. Like I said, hopefully there will be a demand from enough people outside the area that they will see the need to either add another bus or expand, their coverage area. But it's just an internal tool that they use.
Yeah, I'll do it from my phone, yo.
Paul, can you mute yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Does that help, Joanne?
No.
No, not really.
Well,
it's because, again, this kind of gets back to the no sidewalk type of thing. Walking up Thunderbird is not the easiest feat to do because you either have to jump off in a ravine to get up there, or you're stumbling on rocks and whatever. So no, that doesn't help me. So I would like to see y'all, if you could, put a little pressure on Cap Metro. Our tax money's going to pay for this thing too, and we're not going to get any use out of it. Thanks.
oh, believe me, I drew them maps with certain key points. There's a golf course and a restaurant down there on Highland Lake Drive that I'm sure some people would like to go get to on the bus, but the way it is now, they can't. There's a couple of parks in that area of town, POA parks, that people might like to get to, but they can't. And so my map was quite different than their map, but it's Cap Metro. Like I say, it's taken us 4 years since we held that vote to get them to even add this on. And they've delayed it from originally December? I think
November of last year, Mayor.
Yeah, and then it was pushed to March, and I think we were supposed to get it before Leander, but somehow Leander, I guess because they have more tax dollars, they got pushed up ahead of us, and then COVID hit and we got pushed back. And I think the only reason we got it now is because we complained. They shut everything down for COVID, but then they started it back up, and they started it back up in Manor and Leander, but they never followed through with starting it up here. And we're like, hey, we were supposed to be on the list prior to them. Where's our bus? And they have finally decided to come out here, but you know, it's tough getting Cap Metro to do anything.
Mayor, I'll second that comment and just tell Joanne that the mayor's been pushing this. He pushed it with the representative, with the CEO of Cap Metro, with their launch team. I mean, we have talked to every layer, and the mayor insisted upon the larger map covering the entire area. You know, the one area that we had left out originally and said, if you can't reach it, then Lakeside at Tessera should be the only area that you don't reach right now, but we'd like to have that added with your next phase. And this is the map they've come back with. So we'll continue to push. I know that's for sure, because our comments have been pretty consistent. If you follow our sales tax revenue and the dollars going to Cap Metro over the last 6 years, you're going to see us going from about a $300,000 a year contribution to $700,000 a year. And as you already said, we're not getting anything new. And then we get this service. We just need to have people use it so that they see the demand, and so that people are signing in and their house is coming up as outside service, not able to use it.
Right. Well, thank you for all your, efforts on trying to get this thing going, and just keep plugging at them.
You know, I have a little Chevy car that I paid $13,000 for. Gets almost 50 miles a gallon. I figured with 700,000, I could buy a whole fleet of little Chevy cars and just park them out here at City Hall, and people would just come pick one up and drive it around, and we could probably save money. But as it is right now, it's going to Cap Metro. So we keep pushing for what we can get. Anybody else? All right. Well, if that's it for Cap Metro, we go to 14, city manager reports. This is the first meeting of the month. Do you have any reports for us?
I do have 4 things to add, Mayor. Tomorrow morning on CBS Austin at 9:30, our golf course and our golf course director, Chris Godwin, will be showcased on the We Are Austin show. Very exciting to see that show tomorrow morning. So that's 9:30 on Austin CBS. You mentioned earlier that we do have some additional budget workshops planned for next week. So coming up, based on the changes to Senate Bill 2, we will have to change the dates at which council's having meetings. So just want people to be mindful of those dates, and we'll send them out on social media. They'll be posted on the website. We'll push those notifications out as well. So if anyone has the availability to sign in, we want you to sign in to make your comments so that you can see the documents. People can go online to the website right now, pull up that whole proposed budget for FY21 and look through that. So we encourage everybody to be able to look at that and check it out. I think we covered the others. That's it, Mayor.
Was that 4?
You already covered them in your first, so I checked them off.
Oh, okay. All right, before we get to future meetings, I'm going to go back to our items of interest that we had. I left off something. I put out an informal request for recommendation on Facebook and on Nextdoor. Come up with we're going to start the process for naming the park sports complex west of town. And over the last 2 weeks, I have compiled 20 potential names from citizens on our parks. We'll be narrowing that down at some point. in the next week or two, and then we will be creating a Survey Monkey or some kind of poll access for the citizens to vote on the name of the park. Got to figure out exactly how we want to distribute this survey so we can get as many citizen input votes as possible. But hopefully by September, sometime September, we'll actually have a name for our sports park. All right. And if you didn't comment, you have a name you want on the list, you can shoot me an email. We're good on Facebook. Future meetings, consider schedule and items for future council meetings. I think we've discussed schedule quite a few times already. Anybody have any specific items? All right. Well, if that is everything, I will call this meeting adjourned at 10:06 p.m. And thank y'all all